Hey, hey, hey! Welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. By Mouth Daily, pill number 831. Are you here to light my fire? Come on, baby, light my fire. Set phasers to flaming. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Alright. And that Go-Go Gadget mini fireplace. Alright, so some of you might be wondering what the show is about. People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 831 pills, 831 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, do she eat now. Hell, I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Whoa. The show now takes place in an echo chamber. Created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole buck of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fall. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy and the Skywood Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her I-5s. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo! You don't have to ask me twice, Nikki. Hey, Christina. Hey, Laura. Hello, everyone. Tonight's an I Love Lucy edition. A double live on YouTube tonight. I don't know, Nelson. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, that's exciting, Nikki. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, you always send me the coolest stuff. Good to see you too, Val. Hey. So. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, I'm excited. That's the plan, Nelson. That's the plan. My day was pretty good. More snow today, so I did some snow blowing. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Maybe we should do a little dab. And then we'll do a shower. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Hey, Tony Lee. I'm sorry. Oh, he did Nelson. The guy dragging the snowblower, dragging him along. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Oh, nice, Nikki. Oh, I love you, Tony Lee. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Thanks, Cavino. Dang it, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. So, I ordered a new pair of shoes today. I'm very excited about them. Pair of New Balance. I bought women's shoes too. I bought the gray with pink zing. With pink zing. I got a size 13 extra wide in women's, which translates to an 11 wide in men's. There might be a half size too big and a half width too narrow. I think my best fitting shoe is 10.5 4E, and this is equivalent to 11 2E. And the longer a shoe is, the wider it gets. I don't know. maybe this will work out. I got the 990 version 4 with pink zing, gray with pink zing. Y'all want to see it? I'll show you a picture of him. I'm excited.
Bill 831.
Pretty swanky, right? The 990 series, I've had like all but one shoe that pair of shoes that somebody else bought for me since I was 23 and I'm 40. Every pair of shoes has been a version of these 990s. I usually get just the straight gray, but I like the pink zing. Before that time, you know, I'd worn Nikes like all through, Air Jordans growing up, and Nikes don't come in multiple widths; they just come in standard width. And so I didn't know until I was 23 years old that shoes came in different widths, and that I was wearing ill-fitting shoes my whole life. I was like, oh my God, this is like walking on a cloud. It's like literally walking on a cloud. They're expensive. 174. All said and done. They used to be 140 when I first started buying. I was looking back at my order history. And I think before that they were even 119. Now they're up to like the version 5 is coming out this year. Version 4 has been out since 2016. Hey Man's Killer. It's an I Love Lucy. I'm clean as a whistle, double live. And I don't know, I just assumed when I was at CNA that, because I had to get white shoes, that all New Balance would be the same. And so I got like a pair of like a white pair of like 500, and it felt like I was wearing lead weights on my feet. There's something like anything like the 990 and anything above that, like the 1000 series, like they use special lightweight materials, and they're like their running shoe kind of, and they're just so light and so comfortable. It's on YouTube. You have to go to YouTube. The other thing I like about they're made in the USA too. I really like the 990 series is made in the USA. They have a 990 edition that's made in the UK too. It's a really colorful edition too. Yeah. I wonder how many people out there wearing poorly fitting shoes because their feet are too wide. Like, what's the deal, Nike? Why don't you have multiple widths? It's like torture. And my shoes growing up, I'd be embarrassed because they would always like bust out on the sides. My shoes would wear out, not like at the bottom or anywhere else, but like that my feet would literally just bust out like right where my toe bone, is, that would like. I remember in 7th grade I had a hole in my shoe right there and I got made fun of. And so like after that was my 7th grade years, like transitioning from junior high, or like from elementary school to junior high. And I went from a big fish in a little pond to a little fish in a big pond. There was just one other boy in my 6th grade class, and my hometown, or not my hometown, but the village I grew up in, a village of 600 people. So like the classes were together, like 5th and 6th grade were together, 3rd and 4th grade were together. And so there were more boys in my 5th and 6th grade class, but in my 6th grade class, there was just one other boy, and we went there, and I was in my homeroom, and this kid, Julian, made fun of my shoes. And after that, I made my mom. The next year, I was like, I need Air Jordans. My life depends on it. I felt like it did, too. I had to cuff roll my pants and wear Air Jordans. The 990 series, Laura, I'm telling you, they're pricey, but they're worth it. It's like you're walking on a cloud. You might want to wait. Like, not all the sizes are available right now. Oh, you can get them on Amazon, though, I noticed. But they're clearing out on the New Balance website to get ready for their version 5. I just bought women's shoes, Jennifer. Size 13. Extra wide. I'm just showing people.
Till 8:31.
These are the ones I just bought. They're like so comfortable. And you can get them in different widths too. Like I said, you get extra wide, wide. Narrow, you can get them on anything. That's what I like about these shoes. They really fit your feet. Because I have wide feet. Hey, Ronnie. I think we might get in the shower soon. Somebody asked what was going on, what the show's about. Who was that? That's all right, Jeanette.
Till 8:31.
see. Blue Jay Ramirez, hello. Blue Jay Ramirez, we love you.
Blue Jay Ramirez, we love you.
Nice, Brandon. Welcome. Dang it. Oh, we lost the signal there. Welcome, Blue Jay Ramirez. Jason is a social scientist. We're having a little technical difficulties. Oh, we're back. We're back. All right. So, Blue Jay, you were wondering what the show is about? Johanna wants to get beamed up. So you're wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. I'm sorry, I'm distracted here. So, the premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 831 pills, 831 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show. I'm sorry, John. Around and about the show. The community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do she now. Hey Ken, we are robot. Boy do she now. Hell, I mean heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with a nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera. It's on YouTube. YouTube's still up. And the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent, hi Christina, and a subsequent singularity punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show. Well, that's pretty awesome, John. I hope I can say that someday. Yeah, so the show is also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz. No need to apologize. Thanks for sharing, man. An ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show on a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. Can you remember this guy? A raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally, lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and seamstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand. Thank you, John. Let's see. Always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Good night, John. Thanks for being here. Come back again soon, man. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Let's give John North a shout out. Dang it. John North, we love you. John North, we love you. John North, we love you. I'm surviving, AJ. I'm doing pretty good right now. I could use a drink of water, though. Cheers. Pretty soon we're gonna get in the shower. Thank you, Blue Jay. Thanks for sticking around and checking it out. Tonight, it literally is trippy. I think it went, well, he didn't get to read it because, it was, like, Whiskers thing. Because he didn't get to take it over the weekend because, he called, we took him out of school Friday for his birthday, last Friday, and we went to the water park. We couldn't do it on the weekend because we just couldn't do it. It didn't work out for his mom. Communion. I think that's a good idea. Hey, Clint. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Oh boy. Why do we get so nauseous all the time? I'm a nauseous kind of person. Always just nauseous. Everyone's so much fun being nauseous. Yeah, we're gonna do. That sounds about right, Jennifer. Maybe a little something extra on the side too. There later on, though. Later on. I took some Compazine, so that usually helps me. This is initial phase I get. Let's do that. Let's do that. I think I'll feel better. Maybe. Put a shot at least. Good night, John. It's good to see you. Good night, Ken. That sounds lovely, Donna. Oh boy.
John North, we love you.
About time to get in the shower. You guys done? There you guys can see me a little better now. Are you heartbroken?
John North, we love you.
Dang it, dang it. We'll find out how, if it's just on your end when I go in the shower. Turn up the volume so they can hear me in the room. Stefano's confused.
John North, we love you.
Oh, we gotta get in the shower soon, but we can explain it. We can do some explaining to Stefano. Stefano, what's your last name? Lopez. Stefano Lopez, we love you!
Stefano Lopez, Stefano Lopez, we love you. Stefano Lopez, we love you. Stefano Lopez.
Welcome, Stefano Lopez, to Jason is a social scientist. Limo Thiele, pill number 831. You're wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 831 pills, 831 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy do she eat now. Hell, I mean, heck! This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment. With Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also The Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel. in which I harness the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warp nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Sometimes I forget how cool this really is. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style. Sometimes just seeing it from a different perspective. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed, and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Cast Away, a quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I Am What I Am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button. A corny ear of Dumbo. A college try of I Spy. We're just right in the middle of explaining it, Keisha Ray. College try of I Spy. A couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross. A spoonful of Mary Poppins and the Full Monty Python. Finally lump in Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumpstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. Thank you, Melissa. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals you. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now. And it's 1969. Free love. Woo! Yes. Yes, indeed, Keisha Ray. Very much indeed. Oh my god, I'm gonna puke, I think. Woo! Dang it right the heck. Whee! Oh my gosh. Just take a shower and this will pass, right? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Erhan. Thank you. Hey, April. Thank you, Max. Thank you so much. cig of soda. Thanks, Keisha Ray. Let's give Keisha Ray Stutler a shout out. Keisha Ray Stutler, we love you. Woo! Dang it. You're welcome. I think it's about time to get in the shower now. Dang it. Hey, Nancy Drew. Oh, I wish I knew where the TENS unit was at. I was reading about that, what's the word for it? Oh, good for nausea. Like, $190 wristband. It's like Google it. It's like it uses TENS technology. Like in clinical studies, what they do is they put it on your jaw, on your neck. And 85% of people got lower scores on their post-operative medication, whether they get medication and what are the complaints and everything. Their scores went down. 85% of people's scores went down without medication. Or something, I don't know. It worked, is what the point was, I think. It's weird, they just zap your jaw with electricity. Oh, I guess I don't need to puke anymore. Works on your wrist too, for a lot of people. Let's get a wristband. I don't know, because maybe it just distracts you. Or who knows what it does. You guys distract me. I'm not even talking to anybody here, am I? Well, I guess up here, you guys can see me talking. It's so dark though. I can adjust the brightness on this, I think. worked up for that. I mean, it's possible it's come up, but like my symptoms, it's weird. Like I shouldn't be able to puke after the surgeries I've had. And I asked my surgeon. He's a really good surgeon too. Better than because I had a revision on my surgery, and like the first surgeon was really nice. The second surgeon was really good. She didn't have the same bedside manner. Her sutures were so beautiful. It's a work of art. You can't see where her stitches are. You can still see the ones where the other person did them. Let's see. And my other surgeon made me bleed too. I got the records afterwards. I'm uncontrolled bleeding. Maybe that's normal. Dang it. I'm good, Connie. I'm good. I guess. Oh, I see. In the video, I'm like right behind the statue. That's why I can't see myself. I move over here, and they can't see me on here. It's like a... Maybe I can move the camera like this. That's what I do. Yeah, just watch me up there. This is really more for visual feed anyway. Although, hopefully it encourages some people to come over to YouTube. Only a tiny following on YouTube. Not quite, Barbara. I Love Lucy edition. I'm watching the comments on YouTube, or on Facebook anyway. They disappear on YouTube, you can't see them. Dang it. So I always feel better after I get in the shower. Just do it, Jason. Do it. Don't waste it. Just get it over with. You'll feel better afterwards. You know you will. Do it, Jason. I don't care. Dang it. Go Gadget Jason. Dang it. Oh, it makes the trip so much better too. dryer feels amazing. I don't know, for some reason it makes me feel like, just watching my skin makes me feel like I can see animals hunting on my skin. Like, I don't know, it's weird. Maybe later, maybe later. I would just puke right now if I tried that. I think later on when I want to go to sleep, I think I'm going to try that. Makes me so tired. Right. April showers bring May flowers. Does that means erections, right? After my shower, I'm gonna masturbate, of course. Not on camera though. Dang it. Woo. Maybe I'll make a Pornhub stream. Third stream down here. A paid premium stream. How's that? Who would do a paid premium nude stream? Do a paid premium nude shower. Right? Right? Katie's on board. Find a way to monetize this bitch. Okay, Amy, just wait. I have to get up. And your name is hard too. I'm sure I butcher it. Family Gleddy? Amy, Family Gleddy. Take it to heck. My labs say I have kidney stones. I didn't feel it. Never felt a kidney stone. Although sometimes after I'm done peeing, it still feels like I need to pee a little bit. I thought it was my prostate, but maybe it's kidney stones. All these baked potatoes, I think. I was reading about kidney stones. Baked potatoes. French fried and baked potatoes. I wasn't tripping then though. Got it right? Let's do it, Amy. Amy, Family Gleddy, we love you! Family Gleddy, we love you! Not really. I've never had a symptomatic kidney stone. Just the fear of one made me stop wanting baked potatoes, though. That's probably where you get them, Ken. Baked potatoes, I don't know. It's one of the foods that can cause them. Since I've been eating like 10 baked potatoes a week, kidney stones started showing up in my urine. Take a day. Alright, it's time for the shower though. I'm going to turn up the volume on here. Still at 66%, still that's pretty good. Dang it, dang it, dang it. YouTube. Why is there no sound? There we go. I'm clean as a whistle.
YouTube. Find this out. There we go. I'm clean as a whistle.
I'm clean as a whistle. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello, hello. I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me. Shh. Shh. It's working. It's working. All right, all right. Let's see. I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me. Dang it, dang it. Time to get naked. Time to get naked. Well, others are watching from a distance. All right. Time to get naked. Time to get naked. It's just a long delay. All right. So cold. Time to get naked. Time to get naked. Oh. Oh, it's so cold in here. Time to get naked.
I just took them all off. Took them all off. All right, time to get naked. Oh my goodness. A little bit tripping. I can do that. I can untangle them. Just cannot do it. All right. go check it out. I don't know. Apparently the sound's awful. She was here yesterday for sure, if not here today. Alright. There's no sound. What is it like? Here. Is it just the hairdryer sound? I hope that's all it is. As soon as I get some clothes on, I'll go out and investigate this out. Feast your eyes as I moist your eyes. I thought I turned the sound down out there. I don't know. Shouldn't have feedback. Not used to doing it through YouTube though. Can you hear me still well? Okay, good, good. Careful, careful. So, accidents happen. Okay, here we go. Dang it, dang it, dang it. So proud of my sorted laundry earlier. I have socks. Washed and sorted socks.
I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me. I'm clean as a whistle. Come blow me.
Toasty warm still.
It's kind of toasty warm still.
Not quite toasty. Not cold.
Not quite toasty warm, but it's not cold.
My goodness. I feel better after the shower, like I always do. It's an ordeal. Wow. We made it. I impress myself sometimes. You wouldn't see this on any other live show, I guarantee it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Garen goddamn T it. This is a unique experience. No one else can give you this experience. but me. Dang it to heck.
No one else can give you this experience. But me. Dang it to heck.
Can you hear me now? Some men always have. You'd be surprised at some of the things that men do. Dang it, dang it. Hey, Christina. Hey, Christina. Hello, hello. I can't remember what I said, Donna, but I don't think you can. Oh, I don't know either. Oh my goodness. It's become a thing where women so what? People have always been, gender has always been fluid. I am having a good time, Christina. I think I dropped my balls somewhere. I'm trying to pick them up. They're on the floor, they're rolling around somewhere. Ah. Christina. Take it to heck. My goodness.
My goodness.
I'm trying to, Tony Lee. I'm having a good night. Hey, Calvin. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Hey, Kelvin. I think again I'm trying to pick my balls up off the floor. I guess we could try reading.
I think again I'm trying to pick my balls up off the floor.
You want me to read to you guys?
Try reading.
Maybe I'll do a dab and then try to read to you guys.
Should you want me to read to you guys? I'll do a dab and then.
It's okay, Tony Lee.
It's okay, Tony Lee.
You don't want me to read you? I could try.
You don't want me to read you? I can try.
What do you all want to do? Everybody wants to see the cock. That's what I've been thinking about too, actually.
Everyone wants to see the cock. Too, actually.
I don't know if I can. I can try. I gotta do a dab first, and then we'll see how it goes.
I gotta do a dab first, and then we'll see how it goes.
I was thinking about adding another stain to the couch. So, well, I don't know. Number 10, it's been a while.
I was thinking about adding another stain to the couch. I don't know.
He's still well.
It's been a while. He's still well.
Where's that couch anyway? Big couch.
Where's that couch anyway? Couch.
Dang it to heck.
Take it to heck.
No trying it right, alright.
We're trying it right, alright.
Hey, coolies.
Hey, Khalees.
Me too, coolies. We should hang out. I love you too.
Me too, Khalees. You should hang out. I love you too.
I want to see coolies without underwear. Big horn on her head. I'm gonna
See Khalees without underwear.
stab me with it. Coolies, stab me with your horn.
I'm gonna stab you with it. Stab you with your heart.
I'm horny. horny now. You always make me horny, Coolise.
I'm horny now. You always make me horny, please.
Alright, now I have to read now. Alright.
I now have to read now. Alright.
We have a story picked out. We've been putting off for days and days. It's a Stephen King story. What's it called?
Stephen King story.
I hate underwear too, but I have to wear it, Coolise. Dang it to heck. So we're gonna read. You know they got a hell of a band. You know they got a hell of a band by Stephen King. When Mary woke up, they were lost. She knew it, and Clark knew it too. Although he didn't want to admit it at first. He was wearing his I'm so pissed, so don't he was wearing his I'm pissed, so don't fuck with me look, where his mouth kept getting smaller and smaller until you thought it might disappear altogether. And lost wasn't how Clark would put it. Lost in quotes. Clark would say that they had taken a wrong turn somewhere, and it would just about kill him to go even that far. They'd set off from Portland the day before. Clark worked for a computer company, one of the giants. It had been his idea that they should see something of Oregon, which lay outside the pleasant but humdrum upper middle class suburb of Portland where they lived, an area that was known to its inhabitants as Software City. They say it's beautiful out there in the boonies, he had told her. You want to take a look? I've got a week, and the transfer rumors have already started. If we don't see some of the real Oregon, I think the last 16 months are going to be nothing but a black hole in my memory. She had agreed willingly enough. School had let out 10 days before, and she had no summer classes to teach. Enjoying the pleasantly haphazard catch-as-you-can feel of the trip, forgetting that spur of the moment vacations often ended up just like this, with the vacationers lost along some back road which blundered its way up the overgrown butt crack of nowhere. It was an adventure, she supposed. At least you could look at it that way if you wanted. But she had turned 32 in January, and she thought 32 was maybe just a little too old for adventures. These days, her idea of a really nice vacation was a motel with a clean pool, bathrobes on the beds, and a hairdryer that worked in the bathroom. Yesterday had been fine, though the countryside so gorgeous that even Clark had several times been awed to an unaccustomed silence. They spent the night at a nice country inn just west of Eugene. Had made love not once but twice, something she was most definitely not too old to enjoy. And this morning had headed south, meaning to spend the night in Klamath Falls. They had begun the day on Oregon State Highway 58, and that was all right. But then over lunch in the town of Oak Ridge, Clark had suggested that they get off the main highway, which was pretty well clogged with RVs and logging trucks. Well, I don't know. Mary spoke with dubiousness of a woman who has heard many such proposals from her man and endured the consequences of a few. I'd hate to get lost out there, Clark. It looks pretty empty. She tapped one neatly shaped nail on a spot of green marked boulder. This is 92 also, probably for cell phones. The world is wilderness, as in no gas stations, no restrooms, and no motels. Oh, come on, he said, pushing aside the remains of his chicken fried steak. on the juke, Steve Durrell and the Dukes were singing 6 Days on the Road. And and outside the dirt-streaked windows, a bunch of bored-looking kids were doing turns and pop-outs on their skateboards. They looked as if they were just marking time out there, waiting to be old enough to blow this town for good. And Mary knew exactly how they felt. Nothing to it, babe. We take 58 a few more miles east, then turn south on State Road 42. See it? Uh-huh. She also saw that while Highway 58 was a fat red line, State 42 was only a squiggle of black thread. But she'd been full of meatloaf and mashed potatoes and hadn't wanted to argue with Clark's pioneering instinct, while she felt like a boa constrictor that had just swallowed a goat. What she wanted, in fact, was to tilt back the passenger seat of their lovely old Mercedes and take a snooze. Then he pushed on. There's this road here. It's not numbered, so it's probably only a country road. But it goes right down to Toketee Falls. And from there, it's only a hop jump over to US 97. So what do you think? That you'll probably get us lost, she said, a wisecrack she rather regretted later. But I guess we'll be all right as long as you can find a place wide enough to turn the princess around in. Sold, American, he said, beaming, and pulled his chicken-fried steak back in front of him. He began to eat again, congealed gravy and all. "Uckadoo," she said, holding one hand in front of her face and wincing. "How can you?" "It's good," Clark said in tones so muffled only a wife could have understood him. "Besides, when one is traveling, one should eat the native dishes." "It looks like someone sneezed a mouthful of snuff onto a very old hamburger," she said. "I repeat, uckadoo." They left Oak Ridge in good spirits, and at first all had gone swimmingly. Trouble hadn't set in till they turned off SR 42 and onto the unmarked road, the one Clark had been so sure was going to breeze them right into Toketee Falls. It hadn't seemed like trouble at first, county road or not. The new way had been a lot better than Highway 42, which had been potholed and frost-heaved even in the summer. They had gone along famously, in fact, taking turns, plugging tapes into the dashboard player. Clark was into people like Wilson Pickett, Al Green, and Pop Staples. Mary's taste lay in entirely different directions. "What do you see in all these white boys?" he asked as she plugged in her current favorite, Lou Reed's New York. "Married one, didn't I?" she asked, and that made him laugh. The first sign of trouble came 15 years later when they came to a fork in the road. Both forks looked equally promising. "Holy crap," Clark said, pulling up and popping the glove compartment open so he could get at the map. He looked at it for a long time. "That isn't on the map." "Oh boy, here we go," Mary said. She'd been on the edge of a doze when Clark pulled up to an unexpected fork, and she was feeling a little irritated with him. "Want my advice?" "No," he said, sounding a little irritated himself, "but I suppose I'll get it. And I hate it when you roll your eyes at me that way, in case you didn't know." "What way is that, Clark?" "Like an old dog that just farted under the dinner table. Go on, tell me what you think. Lay it on me. It's your nickel." "Go back while there's still time. That's my advice." "Uh-huh. Now, if you only had a sign that said repent, is that supposed to be funny?" "I don't know, Mayor," he said in a glum tone of voice, and then just sat there, alternating looks through the bug-splattered windshield with a close examination of the map. They'd been married for almost 15 years, and Mary knew him well enough to believe he would almost certainly insist on pushing on. Not in spite of the unexpected fork in the road, but because of it. When Clark Willingham's balls are on the line, he doesn't back down, she thought. And then put a hand over her mouth to hide the grin that had surfaced there. She was not quite quick enough. Clark glanced at her, one eyebrow raised, and she had a sudden discomforting thought. if she could read him as easily as a child's storybook after all this time, then maybe he could do the same with her. Something, he asked, and his voice was just a little too thin. It was at that moment, even before she had fallen asleep, she now realized that with his mouth had started to get smaller. Want to share, sweetheart? She shook her head, just clearing my throat. He nodded, pushed his glasses up on his ever-expanding forehead, and brought the map until it was almost touching the tip of his nose. Well, he said, it's got to be the left-hand fork, because that's what the one that goes south towards Tokity Falls. The other one heads east. It's probably a ranch road or something. A ranch road with a yellow line running down the middle of it. Clark's mouth grew a little smaller. You'd be surprised how well off some of these ranchers are, he said. She thought of pointing out to him that these days, the days of the scouts and pioneers were long gone, that his testicles were not actually on the line. And then he decided she wanted a little doze off in the afternoon. Sun a lot more than she wanted to squabble with her husband, especially after the lovely double feature last night. And after all, they were bound to come out somewhere, weren't they? With that comforting thought in her mind, and Lou Reed in her ears singing about the last great American whale, Mary Wilmington dozed off. By the time the road Clark had picked began to deteriorate, she was sleeping shallowly and dreaming they were back in the Oak Ridge Cafe where they had eaten lunch. She was trying to put a quarter in the jukebox, but the coin slot was plugged with something that looked like flesh. One of the kids who had been on the outside in the parking lot walked past her with his skateboard under his arm and his Trailblazers hat turned around on his head. What's the matter with this thing? Mary asked him. The kid came over, took a quick look, and shrugged. That ain't nothing, he said. That's just some guy's body, broken for you and for many. This is no rinky-dink operation we got here. We're talking mass culture, sugar muffin. Then he reached up, gave the tip of her right breast a tweak, not a very friendly one either, and walked away. When she looked back at the jukebox, she saw it had filled up with blood and shadowy floating things that looked suspiciously like human organs. Maybe you better give that Lou Reed album a rest, she thought. And within the pool of blood behind the glass, a record floated down onto the turntable as if her thought, and Lou began to sing, Busload of Faith. While Mary was having this steadily more unpleasant dream, the road continued to worsen, and the patches spreading until it was really all patch. The Lou Reed album, a long one, came to an end and began to recycle. Clark didn't notice. The pleasant look he had started the day with was entirely gone. His mouth had shrunk to the size of a rosebud. If Mary had been awake, she would have coaxed him into turning around miles back. He knew this, just as he knew how she would look at him if she woke up now and saw this narrow swath of crumbling hot top, a road only if one thought it in the most charitable of terms, with piney woods pressing in close enough on both sides that the patched tar in constant shadow. They had not passed a car headed in the other direction since leaving SR-42. He knew he should turn around. Mary hated when he got into shit like this, always forgetting the many times he had found his way unerringly along strange roads to their planned destinations. Clark Willingham was one of those millions of American men who are firmly convinced they have a compass in their heads. But he continued to push on, at first stubbornly convinced they must come out in Tokity Falls, then just hoping. Besides, there was really no place to turn around if he had tried to. He would mire the princess to her hubcaps in one of the marshy ditches which bordered this miserable excuse for a road. God knew how long it would get a tow truck out here, or how far he'd have to walk just to call one. Then at last he'd come to a place where he could have turned around, another fork in the road, elected not to do so. The reason was simple. Although the right fork was rutted gravel with grass growing up in the middle, the leftward tending branch was once again wide, well-paved, and divided by a bright stroke of yellow. According to the compass in Clark's head, this fork headed due south. He could all but smell Tokita Falls, 10 miles, maybe 15, 20 at the outside. He did at least consider turning back, however. When he told Mary so later, he saw doubt in her eyes, but it was true. He decided to go on because Mary was beginning to stir, and he was quite sure that the bumpy, potholed stretch of road he had just driven would wake her up if he turned back. And then she would look at him with those wide, beautiful eyes of hers. Just look. That would be enough. Besides, why should he spend half an hour of going back when Tokita Falls was just a spin and a promise away? Look at that road, he thought. You think a road like that is going to just peter out? He put the Princess back in gear, started down the left fork, and sure enough, the road petered out. Over the first hill, the yellow line disappeared again. Over the second, the paving gave way. They were on a rutted dirt track with the dark woods pressing even closer on either side of the sun. And the sun, Clark was aware for the first time, now sliding down the wrong side of the sky. The pavement ended too suddenly for Clark to brake, and the baby the princess onto the new surface, and there was a hard, spring, jarring thud that woke Mary. She sat up with a jerk and looked around with wide eyes. Where? She began, and then to make the afternoon utterly perfectly complete, the smoky voice of Lou Reed sped up until he was gabbling out the lyrics to Good Evening, Mr. Waldheim, at the speed of Alvin and the Chipmunks. Oh, she said, and punched the eject button. The tape belched out, followed by an ugly brown afterbirth coils of shiny tape. The princess hit a nearly bottomless pothole, lurched hard to the left, and then threw herself up and out like a clipper ship corkscrewing through a storm wave. Clark? Don't say anything, he said through her clenched teeth. We're not lost. This will turn back to tar in just a minute or two. Probably over the next hill. We're not lost. Still upset by her dream, even though she could not quite remember what it had been, Mary held the ruined tape in her lap, mourning it. She supposed she could buy another one, but not out here. She looked at the brooding trees, which seemed to belly out right up to the road, like starving guests at the banquet, and guessed it was a long way to the nearest Tower Records. She looked at Clark, noted his flushed cheeks and nearly non-existent mouth, and decided it would be politic to keep her own mouth shut, at least for the time being. If she was quiet and non-accusatory, he would more likely to come to his senses before this miserable excuse of a road petered out into a gravel pit or a quicksand bog. Besides, I can't very well turn around, he said, as if she had suggested that very thing. I can see that, she replied neutrally. He glanced at her, perhaps wanting to fight, perhaps just feeling embarrassed and hoping to see she wasn't too pissed at him, at least not yet, and looked back through the windshield. Now there were weeds and grass growing up the center of the road too. And the way was so narrow that if they did happen to meet another car, one of them would have to back up. Nor was that the end of the fun. The ground beyond the wheel ruts looked increasingly untrustworthy. The scrubby trees seemed to be jostling each other for position in the wet ground. There were no power poles on either side of the road. She almost pointed this out to Clark and decided it might have been smarter to hold her tongue about that too. He drove on in silence until they came down to a slanting curve. He was hoping against hope they would see a change for the better on the far side, but the overgrown track only went on as it had before, as it was, if anything, a little fainter and a little narrower. It began to remind Clark of the roads in the fantasy epics that he liked to read, stories by people like Terry Brooks, Stephen Donaldson, and of course J.R.R. Tolkien, the spiritual father of them all. In these tales, the characters usually had hairy feet and pointed ears. They took these neglected roads in spite of their own gloomy intuitions, and usually end up battling trolls or bogarts, or most mace-wielding skeletons. Clark, I know, he said. and hammered the wheel suddenly with his left hand, a short, frustrated stroke, and succeeded only in honking the horn. I know! He stopped the Mercedes, which now straddled the entire road. Hell. Lane was now too grand a word for it. Slammed the transmission into park and got out. Mary got out on the other side more slowly. The balsam smell of trees was heavenly. She thought there was something beautiful about the silence, unbroken as it was by the sound of any motor, even far-off drone of an airplane or human voice. But there was something spooky about it as well. Even the sound she could hear. The tweet of a bird in the shadowy firs, the sough of the wind, the rough rumble of the Princess Diesel's engine served to emphasize the wall quiet encircling them. She looked across the Princess' gray roof at Clark, and it was not reproach or anger in her gaze, but appeal. Get out of this. Get us out of this, all right, please? Sorry, hon, he said, and the worry she saw in his face did nothing to soothe her. Really. She tried to speak, but at first no sound came out of her dry throat. She cleared it again. What do you think about backing up, Clark? He considered it for several moments. The twit. Bird had time to call again and answered from somewhere deeper in the forest before shaking his head. Only as a last resort. It's at least 2 miles back to the last fork in the road. You mean there was another one? He winced a little, dropped his eyes and nodded. Backing up, well, you know how narrow the road is and how mucky the ditches are. If we went off... He shook his head and sighed. So we go on. I think so. If the road goes entirely to hell, of course, I'll have to try it. But by then, we'll be even deeper, won't we? So far, she was managing quite well, she thought, to keep a tone of accusation from creeping into her voice, but it was getting harder and harder to do. She was pissed at him, quite severely pissed, and pissed at herself as well for letting him get them into this in the first place, and then for coddling in the way she was now. Yes, but I like the odds of finding a wide place up ahead better than I like the odds of reversing for a couple of miles along this piece of crap. If it turns out we do have to back out, I'll take it in stages. Back up for 5 minutes, rest for 10. Back up for 5 more. He smiled lamely. It'll be an adventure. Oh yes, it'll be that all right, Mary said, thinking about that her definition for this sort of thing was not adventure, but pain in the ass. Are you sure you aren't pressing on because you believe in your heart that we're going to find Tokita Falls right over the next hill? For a moment his mouth seemed to disappear entirely, and she braced for an explosion of righteous male wrath. Then his shoulders sagged, and he shook his head. In that moment, she saw what he was going to look like 30 years from now, and that frightened her a lot more than getting caught on a back road in the middle of nowhere. No, he said. I guess I've given up on Tokita Falls. One of the great rules of travel in America is that roads without electrical lines running along at least one side of them don't go anywhere. So he had noticed too. Come on, he said, getting back in. I'll try hell to get you out of this. Next time, I'll listen to you. Yeah, Mary thought with a mixture of amusement and tired resentment. I've heard that one before. But before he could pull the transmission stick on the console down from park to drive, she put her hand over his. I know you will, she said, turning what he said into a promise. Now get us out of this mess. Count on it, Clark. Count on it, Clark said. And be careful. You can count on that, too. He gave her a small smile that made her feel a little bit better, then engaged the princess's transmission. The big gray Mercedes, looking very out of place in these deep woods, began to creep down the shadowy track again. They drove another mile by the odometer, and nothing changed but the width of the cart track they were in. It grew narrower still. Mary thought of the scruffy firs now looked like hungry guests at a banquet, but more morbidly curious spectators at the sight of a nasty accident. If the track got any narrower, they'd begin to hear the squall of branches along the side of the cars. The ground of the trees, meanwhile, had gone from mucky to swampy. Mary could see the patches of standing water, dusty with pollen and fallen pine needles in some of the dips. Her heart was beating much too fast, and twice she had caught herself gnawing at her nails. A habit she thought she'd given up the good year before she'd married Clark. She'd begun to realize that if they got stuck now, they would almost certainly spend the night camped out in the Princess, and there were animals in these woods. She had heard them crashing around out there. Some of them sounded big enough to be bears. The thought of meeting a bear while they stood looking at their hopelessly mired Mercedes made her swallow something that felt and tasted like a large lint ball. Clark, I think we better give it up and try backing. It's already past 3 o'clock and... Look, he said, pointing ahead. Is it a sign? She squinted ahead. The lane rose toward the crest of a deeply wooded hill. There was a bright blue oblong standing near the top. Yes, she said, it's a sign, all right. Great, can you read it? Uh-huh, it says, if you came this far, you really fucked up. He shot her a complex look of amusement and irritation. Very funny, Mayor. Thank you, Clark, I try. We'll go to the top of the hill, read the sign, and see what's over the crest. If we don't see anything hopeful, we'll try backing. Agreed? Agreed. He patted her leg, then drove cautiously on. The Mercedes was moving so slowly now that they could hear the soft sound of weeds on the crown of the road whickering against the undercarriage. Mary could make out the words on the sign now, but at first she rejected them, thinking she had been mistaken. It was just too crazy. But they drew closer still, and the words didn't change. Does it say what I think it does? Clark asked her. Mary gave a short, bewildered laugh. Sure, but it must be someone's idea of a joke, don't you think? I've given up thinking. It keeps getting me into trouble, but I see something that isn't a joke. Look, Mary. 20 or 30 feet beyond the sign, just before the crest of the hill, the road winded dramatically and was once more both paved and lined. Mary felt worry roll off her heart like a boulder. Clark was grinning. Isn't that beautiful? She nodded happily, grinning herself. They reached the sign, and Clark stopped. They read it again. Welcome to rock and roll heaven, Oregon. We cook with gas, so will you. J.C.'s Chamber of Commerce, Lions and Elks. It's got to be a joke, she repeated. Maybe not. A town called Rock and Roll Heaven? Please, Clark, why not? There's Truth and Consequences, New Mexico, Dry Shark, Nevada, and a town in Pennsylvania called Intercourse, so why not Rock and Roll Heaven in Oregon? She laughed giddily. The sense of relief was really incredible. You made that up. What? Intercourse, Pennsylvania? I didn't. Ralph Ginsburg once tried to send a magazine called Eros from there for the postmark. The feds wouldn't let him, swear. And who knows, maybe the town was founded by a bunch of communal back-to-the-land hippies in the 60s. They went establishment. Lions, Elks, Jaycees, but the original name stayed. He was quite taken with the idea, found it both funny and oddly sweet. Besides, I don't think it matters. What matters is we found some honest-to-God pavement again. Honey, the stuff you drive on. She nodded. So drive on it, but be careful. You bet. The Princess nosed up onto the pavement, which was not asphalt, but a smooth composition surface without a patch or expansion joint to be seen. Careful. Careful is my middle... They reached the crest of the hill, and the last word died in his mouth. He stamped on the brake pedal so hard that their seatbelts locked, then jammed the transmission lever back into park. Holy wow, Clark said. They sat in the idling Mercedes, open mouthed, looking down at the town below. It was a perfect jewel of a town nestled in a small, shallow valley like a dimple. Its resemblance to the paintings of Norman Rockwell and the small-town illustrations of Currier and Ives was, to Mary at least, inescapable. She tried to tell herself it was just the geography, the way the road wound down into the valley, the way the town was surrounded by deep green-black forest, leagues of old, thick firs growing in unbroken profusion beyond the outlying fields. But it was more than it was more than she did, but it was more than the geography, and she supposed Clark knew it as well, knew it as well as she did. There was something too sweetly balanced about the church steeples, for instance. One on the north end of town, common, one on the north end of town, common, and the other end of the town, and the other on the south end. The barn-red building off to the east had to be the schoolhouse, and the big white one off to the west, the one with the bell tower on top, and the old satellite dish to one side, had to be the town hall. The homes all looked impossibly neat and cozy, the sorts of domiciles you saw in the House Beautiful ads of pre-World War II magazines like the Saturday Evening Post and American Mercury. There should be smoke curling from a chimney or two, Mary thought, and after a little examination she thought there was. But she suddenly found herself remembering in a story from Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles. Mars is Heaven has been called, and in it the Martians had been cleverly disguised, the slaughterhouse, so it had been looked like everybody's fondest hometown dream. Turn around, she said abruptly. It's wide enough here if you're... She said, it's wide enough here if you're careful. He turned slowly to look at her, and she didn't care much for the expression on his face. He was eyeing her as if he thought she had gone crazy. Honey, what are you... I don't like it, that's all. She could feel her face growing warm. She pushed on in spite of the heat. Makes me think of a scary story I read when I was a teenager. She paused. Makes me think of the candy house in Hansel and Gretel. He went on giving her that patent, I just don't believe it, stare of his, and she realized he meant to go down there. It was just another part of the same wretched testosterone blast that had gotten him off the main road in the first place. He wanted to explore, by Christ. He wanted a souvenir, of course. A t-shirt, bought in a local drugstore would do. One that said something cute like, I've been to rock and roll heaven, and you know they got a hell of a band. Honey, it was a soft, tender voice he used when he intended to jolly her into something or die trying. Oh, stop if you want to do something nice for me. Turn us around and drive us back to Highway 58. If you do that, you can have some more sugar tonight. Another double helping, even, if you're up to it. He fetched a deep sigh, hands on the steering wheel, eyes straight ahead, at last not looking at her. Look across the valley, Mary. Do you see the road going up the hill on the far side? Yes, I do. Do you see how wide it is? How smooth? How nicely paved? Clark, that is hardly... Look, I believe I even seen an honest-to-God bus on it. He pointed a yellow bug trundling along the road toward town, its metal hide glittering hotly in the afternoon sunlight. That's one more vehicle than we've seen on this side of the world. He grabbed the map, which had been lying on the console, and when he turned to her with it, Mary realized with dismay that the jolly, coaxing voice had temporarily concealed the fact that he was seriously pissed at her. Listen, Mare, and pay attention, because there may be questions later. Maybe I can turn around here, and maybe I can't. It's wider, but I'm not as sure as you are that it's wide enough, and the ground still looks pretty squelchy to me. Clark, please don't yell at me. I'm getting a headache. He made an effort and moderated his voice. If we do get turned around, it's 12 miles back to Highway 58, over the same shitty road we just traveled. 12 miles isn't so much. She tried to sound firm, if only to herself. But she could feel herself weakening. She hated herself for it, but that didn't change it. She had a horrible suspicion that this was how men almost always got their way, by being right, not by being right, but being relentless. They argued like they played football, and if you hung in there, you almost always finished the discussion with cleat marks all over your psyche. No, 12 miles isn't so much, he was saying in his most sweetly reasonable, I'm trying not to strangle you, merry voice. But what about the 50 or so we have to tack on going around this patch of woods once we get back on 58? You make it sound as if we have a train to catch, Clark. It just pisses me off, that's all. You take one look down at a nice little town with a cute little name and say it reminds you of Friday the 13th part XX or some damn thing, and you want to go back. And that road over there, he pointed across the valley, heads due south. It's probably less than half an hour from here to Tokita Falls by that road. That's what you said back in Oak Ridge, before we started off on this magical mystery tour segment of our trip. He looked at her a moment longer, his mouth tucked in on itself like a cramp. Then grabbed the transmission. Fuck it, he snarled. We'll go back. But if we meet one car on the way, Mary, just one, we'll end up backing into rock and roll heaven. So, put her hand over his before he could disengage the transmission for the second time that day. Go on, she said. You're probably right, and I'm probably being silly. Rolling over like this has got to be bred in the goddamn bone, she thought. Either that, or I'm just too tired to fight. She took her hand away, but he paused for a moment longer, looking at her. Only if you're sure, he said. And that was really the most ludicrous thing of all, wasn't it? Winning wasn't enough for a man like Clark. The vote also had to be unanimous. She had voiced that unanimity many times when she didn't feel like very unanimous in her heart. But she discovered that she wasn't capable of it this time. But I'm not sure, she said. If you've been listening to me instead of just putting up with me, probably you're right, and probably I'm just being silly. Your take on it makes more sense than mine does. I admit that much, at least. And I'm willing to soldier on along, but that doesn't change the way I feel. So you'll just have to excuse me if I kind of put on my little cheerleader skirt and lead the Go Clark Go cheer this time. Jesus, he said. His face was wearing an uncertain expression that made him look uncharacteristically and somehow hatefully boyish. You're in some mood, aren't you, honey bunch? I guess I am, she said, hoping he couldn't see how much that particular term of endearment grated on her. She was 32 after all. He was 41. She felt a little too old to be anyone's honey bunch and thought Clark was a little too old to need one. Then the troubled look on his face cleared, and the Clark she liked, the one she really believed she could spend the second half of her life with, was back. You look cute in a cheerleader skirt, though, he said, and appeared to measure the length of her thigh. You would. You're a fool, Clark, she said, and then found herself smiling at him, almost in spite of herself. That's correct, ma'am, he said, and put the princess in gear. The town had no outskirts, and I need a break. I lost my page. Oh my God. Thanks, Justin. I find it difficult to concentrate on telling a story. Oh my gosh. Oh, my back is killing me. That was intense. Oh. got some ibuprofen, couldn't hurt, right? What do you guys think is going to happen in this story? I don't know. I keep thinking they're already dead. Is that what? And they just haven't discovered it yet?
I keep thinking they're already dead.
He killed them, and they don't realize it yet.
He killed them, and they don't realize it yet.
Who's spanking who? Hi, Mama G. We're reading a story. Hey, Mama G. We're reading a story. I don't know if I can handle music right now. I'm not putting myself down, am I? I'm gonna use the bathroom right now, though. Putting myself down, am I? I'm gonna use the bathroom right now, though. Hey, Rockin' Robin. Yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom. I'm alright. Hey, Sam Mantani. I'm doing alright. I'm surviving, Damo. Good to see you. The boys just got a couple. 420. Happy 420, everyone. Happy 420. Happy 420. Happy 420. Happy 420. Mantani, we love you. Mantani, we love you. Danny, 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 we love you. The boys initially have school today, but they rescheduled because they've had so many snow days. They do have school today. After all. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. That's cool, Calvin. It would be that way normally here. Unless we have another snow day, but it's not likely. I think the roads are mostly cleared off by now. Jeff, and who else? You get him every once in a while, man. Killer. Calvin's definitely taking his fair share. Look at Man's Killer one. Man's Killer, we love you!
Man's killer, we love you.
Mama D wants to dance. And we can do that. I love all of you, Mama G. I love every single person. Every single person. And you don't have to do anything to deserve it. Not a damn thing. I love you. There's also not a damn thing you can do to change it. If you make me feel like I hate you, I still love you. You know, I'm human, and I have feelings sometimes. But my love is a choice that I make. I love you, Mom G. Let's do a dance. It's because you are, Calvin. I love you so much. I gave up playing favorites a long time ago. I definitely not with my kids. I don't play favorites for people. Everybody's important. Each of us. Especially to ourselves. I'm not upset. Hey, Laura. It's nice to see you. just a breathless moment now. The violin will sound. I'll hold you close, and this is how I'll dance you into my heart. I'll dance you down, dance the night away. I'll dance you to the end of time and to the break of day. I'll see you standing there with the stars all in your hair, and I'll ask you if you care. We'll go waltzing with me in the air, and we'll step into a magic spell and leave the earth below. I'll dance you to fairly well and never let you go. Lena? You bet. Lena wants to know what the show is about. What's Lena's last name? What's her last name, though? You're welcome. You're welcome, Mama G. Alright, we'll just go with Lena. Lena, we love you!
Lena, we love you.
discombobulated here. Lena, welcome to Jason is a Social Scientist. Buy Mouth Daily, pill number 831. You're wondering what the show is about? People often wonder what the show is about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication. Live on the Book of Face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support. After 831 pills, 831 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. I'm always lying when I say that, too, right? It's not 831 pills. It's metaphorically, right? Because I haven't swallowed the pill yet tonight. So it seems like awkward if I always say, I'm always saying 833. It's the 31st. It's awkward. Anyway, after 831 pills, 831 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows. That's why I clarify with the shows, too. After 831 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. Thanks, Lena. There it is. Lena Mary. Lena Mary something. I didn't see the rest of it. I'm sorry. I'm a little, what's the word? Not sober. So, after 831 pills, 831 shows, the number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell. Boy, do she eat now. Hell, I mean, heck. This show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas and that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcast on record and cylinders played on a 19th century Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood. Thank you, April. Along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood containing woodcut illustrations. Hey, Tom. From the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I call the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble, and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber created by me that serves... Oh, just be nice, man. Let's see. Where were we at? I think so, Mantani. Where was I at? Edward R. Murrow? No, we're way past that, right? Pinch your Peter Pan? Is that where we're at? Help me out, somebody. Help me. Serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect lay people to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show. Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy. Nanu, nanu. A dash of Mr. Ed and 2 doses of Alice in Wonderland. A helping of Hee Haw. Heaps of Benny Hill. A hint of the Highlander. Tons of the Twilight Zone. A tincture of Teen Wolf. Ow, 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 ow! Hey, Robert. An ounce of Oz. A cup of Creep Show and Castaway. A quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse. A pinch of Peter Pan. A pound of Popeye. I am what I am. A whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with that tits up. Patient. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. an undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. And wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first, on the second coming, will always be risen with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sumptuouses working the sweatshop. The twin towers always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. I always figured if there was superheroes, they should be doing the hard labor, right? That's why he's working a sewing machine all the time. All right. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining an undetectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. Woo. That's about it, Robert. You can call it poetry, sure. What? Is this splatter poetry? I don't know. That sounds fun, though. Let's see now. Woo! So that's the show in a nutshell. Fairly large nutshell, I like to say. Almost coming to the end now, right? April said we had 30 minutes left. Dang it. I danced this out a little early. Dang it. Yeah, we can do a Seuss, I guess. Seuss sounds good. Only after one thing, though. Bop it. Bop it to start. Alright. That's it? Oh. Felt like I was going on forever. Hey, Damo. Just switch off. I give up. Alright, so. Seuss. Everything handy. I hate this one. All I have is Fox on Socks. No. No, I'm not reading that one. I'm gonna go get one. Stupid suits you want? Make it short. Which suits do you want? Your favorite suits, which one? Yeah. Isn't everybody a hoarder? How do you live in the same place and not be a hoarder? We've lived here since 2006. Doesn't everybody just collect stuff? Horton Hears a Who? It's not short, but alright. Sure you guys are keeping track, but how much? I'm gonna set a timer. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
Setting the timer. Okay, your timer is set for 10 minutes.
I only fell once. I was tripping. And I had that horse mask on. I don't know where that is right now, but doing that and it sucked too because like the ramp then had a I took it off because of this. It had like a fence, can't really not a fence, like a little it stood up like 3/8 of a. I don't even know, like 6 inches off, like it's like a ledge or a wall. Because it's a pet ramp initially, right? It's like supposed to guide your pet up the ramp into your bed. And I landed right on that. Gave me a big bruise. Okay, so Horton Hears a Who. Is that even in here? Okay, yeah. On the 15th of May, in the jungle of Newell, in the heat of the day, in the cool of the pool, he was splashing, enjoying the jungle's great joys, when Horton the elephant heard a small noise. So Horton stopped splashing. He looked toward the sound. That's funny, thought Horton. There's no one around. Then he heard it again. Just a very faint yelp, as if some tiny person were calling for help. "I'll help you," said Horton. "But who are you? Where?" He looked and he looked. He could see nothing there but a small speck of dust blowing past through the air. "I say," murmured Horton, "I've never heard tell of a small speck of dust that is able to yell." So, you know what I think? Well, I think that there must be someone on top of that small speck of dust. Some sort of a creature of very small size, too small to be seen by an elephant's eyes. Some poor little person who's shaking with fear that he'll blow in the pool. He has no way to steer. I'll just have to save him, because, after all, a person's a person, no matter how small. So gently, and using the greatest of care, the elephant stretched his great trunk through the air, and he lifted the dust speck and carried it over, and placed it down on a very soft clover. "Humph! Humph!" humped a voice. 'Twas a sour kangaroo, and a young kangaroo in her pouch said, "Humph!" too. "Why,
That speck is as small as the head of a pin. A person on that
why,
there never has been."
believe me," said Horton. "I tell you sincerely. My ears are quite keen, and I heard him quite clearly. I know there's a person down there. And what's more, quite likely there's two, even three, even four. Quite likely a family for all that we know. A family with children just starting to grow. So please," Horton said, "as a favor to me, try not to disturb them. Just please let them be." "I think you're a fool," laughed the sour kangaroo. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said,
Me too. You're the biggest blamed fool in the jungle of Newell.
and the kangaroos plunged in the cool of the pool. "What terrible splashing!" the elephant frowned. "I can't let my very small persons get drowned. I've got to protect them. I'm bigger than they." So he plucked up the clover and hustled away. Through the high jungle treetops, the news quickly spread.
He talks to a dust speck. He's out of his head.
Just look at him walk with that speck on that flower. And Horton walked, worrying almost an hour. Should I put this speck down? Horton thought with alarm. If I do, these small persons may come to great harm. I can't put it down, and I won't. After all, a person's a person, no matter how small. Then Horton stopped walking. The speck voice was talking. The voice was so faint he could barely just hear it. "Speak up, please," said Horton. He put his ear near it. "My friend," came the voice. "You're a very fine friend. You've helped us all folks on this dust speck no end. You've saved all our houses, our ceilings and floors. You've saved all our churches and grocery stores." "You mean," Horton gasped, "you have buildings there too?" "Oh, yes," piped the voice, "we most certainly do." "I know," called the voice. "I'm too small to be seen, but I'm a mayor of a town that is friendly and clean. Our buildings to you would seem seem terribly small, but to us who aren't big, they are wonderfully tall. My town is called Whoville, and I am a Who. And we Whos, we are all thankful and grateful to you." And Horton called back to the mayor of the town, "You're safe now, don't worry. I won't let you down." But just as he spoke to the mayor of the speck, 3 big jungle monkeys climbed on Horton's neck. The Wickersham brothers came shouting, "What rot! The elephant's talking to who's who. Who's are not. There aren't any who's, and they don't have a mayor, and we're going to stop all this nonsense, so there." So they snatched Horton's clover. They carried it off to a black-bottomed eagle named Vladikoff, a mighty strong eagle of very swift wing And they said, "Will you kindly get rid of this thing?" And before the poor elephant could even speak, that eagle flew off with a flower in his beak. All that late afternoon and far into the night, that black-bottomed bird flapped his wings in fast flight, while Horton chased after with groans over stones that tattered his toenails and battered his bones, and begged, "Please don't harm all my little folks, who have as much right to live as us bigger folks do." But far, far beyond him that eagle kept flapping, and over his shoulder called back,
Quit your yapping.
"I'll fly the night through. I'm a bird, I don't mind it. I'll hide this tomorrow where you'll never find it." And at 6:56 the next morning he did. It sure was a terrible place that he hid it. He left that small clover dropped somewhere inside of a great patch of clovers, 100 miles wide.
Find that,
Sneered the bird. "But I think you will fail." And he left with a flip of his black-bottomed tail. "I'll find it," cried Horton. "I'll find it or bust. I shall find my friends or my small speck of dust." And clover by clover with care, he picked up and searched them and called, "Are you there?" But clover by clover he found that the one he sought was just not around. By noon poor old Horton, more dead than alive, had picked, searched, piled 9,005. Then on through the afternoon, hour after hour, till he found at last on the 3,000,000th flower. "My friends," cried the elephant, "tell me, do tell, are you safe? Are you sound? Are you whole? Are you well?" From down on the speck came the voice of the mayor. "We've really had trouble, much more than our share. When the black-bottomed birdie let go and we dropped, we landed so hard that our clocks have all stopped. Our teapots are broken, our rocking chairs smashed, and our bicycle tires all blew up when we crashed. So Horton, please," pleaded that voice of the mayor's, "will you stick by us who's while we're making repairs?" "Of course," Horton answered, "of course I will stick. I'll stick by small folks through thin and through thick." "Humph! Humph!" Humped a voice. "For almost 2 days you've run wild and insisted on chatting with persons who've never existed. Such carryings on in our peaceable jungle. We've had quite enough of your bellowing bungle."
and I'm here to state
snapped the big kangaroo.
that your silly, nonsensical game is all through.
And the young kangaroo in her pouch said,
Me too.
"With the help of the Wickersham brothers and dozens of Wickersham uncles and Wickersham cousins and Wickersham in-laws, whose help I've engaged, you're going to be roped and you're going to be caged. And as for your death speck, ha! That we shall boil in a hot steaming kettle of hazelnut oil." "We can't finish it. I told you to pick a short one, manskiller." Dang it to heck. All right. And they all died at the end. All the Who's died in hazelnut oil. Horton was crushed. "Hey, Audra. Just in time. You missed a heck of a show." I like my ending better anyway. Good night, old friends and new. I love you, Audra. Alright, so some of you might be wondering what the show's about. People often wonder what the show's about. The premise is deceptively simple. I take my HIV medication, lie on the face each day in front of friends, family, and strangers. I do so in order to embrace stigma, dispel ignorance, and find support after 831 pills, 831 shows, a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. The bells, bows, and other people, the people that come back night after night and give me the most valuable resource, their time. To me, that's the most significant thing that's risen up and around and about the show, the community. Therein lies the support that I was looking for. But a number of bells, whistles, and bows have risen up and around and about the show. Ding dong bell, boy does she now. Hell, I mean, heck, this show has it all. I like to say that it is Cloud Atlas. Oh, who needs a wardrobe man's killer? And that it incorporates at least 600 years of entertainment, with Edward R. Murrow's radio broadcasts on record and cylinders played on the 19th century, Edison home phonograph, along with the nursery rhyme book from my childhood, containing woodcut illustrations from the 15th century. It is, in a sense, also the Matrix. In a previous iteration of the show, I created something I called the Rainbow Tunnel, in which I harnessed the power of Grayskull and the Eye of Thundera, funneling them through a series of warped nacelles, creating a static warp bubble and a subsequent singularity, punching a hole through the fourth wall, across the multiverse, and into the source. The show now takes place in an echo chamber, created by me, that serves as a way station between our reality and the source. I don't expect laypeople to fully understand, as this is advanced social science. Yeah, so the show's also like an old-timey variety show, Carol Burnett style, mixed with a merry melody of Looney Tunes and a measure of Mork and Mindy, a dash of Mr. Ed and two doses of Alice in Wonderland, a helping of Hee Haw, heaps of Benny Hill, a hint of the Highlander, tons of the Twilight Zone, a tincture of Teen Wolf, an ounce of Oz, a cup of Creep Show and Castaway, quart of Quantum Leap and a gallon of Gilligan's Island. It's a 4-hour show and a 4-hour tour. Piles of Pee-wee's Playhouse, a pinch of Peter Pan, a pound of Popeye, I am what I am, a whole block of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and a ration of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I'm just a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania. Ha ha. Come up to the lab. See what's on the slab. I can see you shiver with anticipation. Touch me. I want to be dirty. Thrill me. Chill me. Fill me. Creature of the night. An undone Benjamin Button, a corny ear of Dumbo, a college try of I Spy, a couple of raw strokes of Bob Ross, a spoonful of Mary Poppins, and the full Monty Python. Finally, lumping Rick and Morty with a liter of I Love Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, and wham bam! Thank you, ma'am. You've got the show. Everything is out of place and out of time here, including and especially me. Alice will always be pregnant. Harambe will always be ready for her high fives. The first and the second coming will always be risen, with the Obamas getting blowjobs from the Woodies. The Supermen and their boners will always be spinsters and sempstresses working the sweatshop. The twin towers will always stand with Lady Liberty. You will have their MTV. Pigs will fly. Disco and dance will reign, like men did in the days of old. I write nightly the future history of anachronism for your future children and your elderly grandparents. May they enjoy it now and time immemorial. If I'd have people take only one thing away from this show, it'd be the knowledge that HIV is preventable. If you're HIV negative, there's a once-a-day pill. Pie Man's Killer. There's a once-a-day pill you can take. They call it PrEP, pre-exposure protocol. The pill is Truvada, and if you're HIV negative, you take it once a day, and it works like a highly effective chemical condom. It prevents HIV. But if you're already HIV positive like me, treatment is prevention. By taking my medication every day and maintaining non-detectable viral load, it makes it so I'm not contagious. U equals U. Undetectable equals untransmissible. You could fuck me bareback all day long and never catch HIV from me. It's a brave new world. The future is now, and it's 1969. Free love. All right, pill number 831. Down the hatch. We are robot. All right. Tear me down. I don't know. All right, time to lights out. Hey, Shelby. Oh, shoot. I knew I was going to forget to turn that off. Evan. Let's see here. This is dark anyway, I might as well get rid of it. right. So, thank you all for being here. This has been Jason is the Social Scientist. Buy Mouth Daily. Pill number 831. Ding it, 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 ding it. All right. So this is the house that Jack built. This is the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the dog that worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the maiden, all forlorn, the milk, the cow, the grumple horn, the tossed dog, the worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the man, all tether and torn, the kiss, the maiden, all forlorn, the milk, the cow, the crumpled horn, the tossed the dog, the worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, the kiss, the maiden, all forlorn, the milk, the cow, the crumpled horn, the tossed the dog, the worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the cock, the crowed in the morn, the woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, the kiss, the maiden, all forlorn, the milk, the cow, the crumpled horn, the tossed the dog, the worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. This is the farmer that sowed the corn, that fed the cock, that crowed in the morn, that woke the priest, all shaven and shorn, that married the man, all tattered and torn, the kiss, the maiden, all forlorn, the milk, the cow, the crumpled horn, the tossed the dog, the worried the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house of Jack built. Oh, thank you all. Come back tomorrow. I'll have more ideas for you. You'll have things you want to talk about, and so will I. I love you all.